Oh, okay, now suddenly it works. Strange. Just suddenly working, huh? Just deciding to... Wow, it just keeps cutting out, huh? Okay, let's see if I just particularly click a kind here. Streaming, streaming microphone. Yeah, I think this is it. What? Why would it just cut out like that? I can't. This is awful. I am like tech fighting for my life. 30 minutes, huh? 30 minutes. Okay, I guess it was my warm up. We're just gonna restart the whole game, even though I don't want to that much. We will do that. So I guess I'm gonna have to do just the entire display capture. Wow. Don't look at this setup. It's sad. Okay. It's not up to a. It's not the worst. Like I had the banner all nice, and this is for Twitch, but I don't know how to. I need to get them working for YouTube and. Oh my gosh, I am so sad about that. Um. Yeah, I'm sad about that. Okay. I should have the game. You should be able to hear the game. What the hell is going on here? There, that helps. Okay, that's not even fucking right. Of course it isn't. Now you gotta go down here. Display. Move that. Okay. This is what you're gonna see. I'm gonna get a little bigger. Okay, I'll restart the game even though I don't really want to that much. Um, the game has uh changed resolution. Oh, why? Why, game? Fantastic. I like how in this one I have 4 hours, and in the original I have 90. Okay, I guess I gotta go check to see. Make sure this is up. I like how in this one I have 4 hours, and in the original I have 90. Okay, I guess I gotta go check to see. Make sure this is up. Oh yeah, I love that the live the game is just covering me. And it's like not even on the screen at all. Okay. This is gonna mess the damn game up to fix it too. Sucks. It doesn't seem like you can hear it either, the game. Darn flabbit. I don't know why it's so boxy in comparison to like... Is there 2 layers there? Oh, is it the game capture one? That one can mess off. That's what it is. It's the game capture one. So the game capture one was working. My bad. I know. For next time, then I just set it up. Dang. Dude, but with game capture, does it let me, capture the audio as well? Capture audio beta. Okay, I guess then we'll do that instead. Let's see a little loud. In comparison to me, but also the game is like not in the right spot on the screen. There we go, that's much better. They look so cool right there like that. Okay, game capture is all the way up, yeah. Maybe turn that like way down. Okay, much better. Now we can finally stream in peace, in all working order. Sweet. Yes, restart the game. Okay, this is where I was. I was talking about how it's a projection of your insecurities, and everybody's just like absolutely talking smack on it right there. But we need to go back to the beginning, because apparently the stream never even started. So hello, thank you for tuning into the stream. Maybe you could hear me sometimes, maybe you could hear me not sometimes. The first 30 minutes is a wash, but that happens on live streams sometimes. And that's okay. It's okay. Now I have performance. I'm worried that it's not. That we're not recording anymore. So I have to have my handy dandy display up so I can see, make sure that I'm streaming, to purge my own insecurities. So the new Life is Strange show is coming out, okay? And we really need to, that's a horrible angle. Okay, we need to go through the game and make sure that everything is checked off the list. That's chip chop checked off our list for things we need to make sure are all squared away in the show. You know what I mean? Because I was trying to say, because right now it's all what I used to say instead of what I am going to say. No. My bad. Look. Basically, Life is Strange is an illusion of choice. We know this, okay? It's an illusion. It's all about the consequences of your actions. So as long as the TV show can make sure that the actions and the consequences and the rewinding works, it'll be a great time, great experience. Okay, restart. Okay, perfect. Back to the very beginning. I love the beginning. The first little part is the best part of the game. No, I'm just kidding. It's not. The whole game is the best part of the game. It's just a great game. I used to get so stressed out the first how many times I played this game. I've also never really played the remastered, so I don't know what everything looks like in the remastered. How did I get here and where is here? Okay, so it's real important that in the TV show, they understand that this is the calmest, chillest, most easy time Max ever has going up to the lighthouse. That's not like during the day, like during the storm. We come up here like how many times during this storm? During like different facades. Okay, so if you've never played Life is Strange and this is your first time seeing it, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to try to spoil too much, but this is about it becoming a TV show, okay? So, preferred if you've actually played, but that's okay. We'll see what we can do here. No promises though. Okay, let's put this up a little bit. So, it's a very calm time going up this hill. I like to see through the. It's just like interesting because it's like a rectangle. I don't know. The scene is a rectangle. I don't know. I was looking around here last time at how clearly everything is, like in comparison to the last game. The way the non-remastered version is a little bit. I remember it being kind of hard to tell, but maybe this art style is making me think that. I don't know, cause it's like the same, but not. I don't know. I have no idea. You might say that was a really long time to get here, and not a lot to say. And why were you looking around so much? Because there's just nothing there. You don't really notice how much is put there. And I think I'm also struggling to talk because this is so loud in my ear. Um, it's so loud in my ear. Okay. It's so hard. It's so hard to tell all the stuff that's missing because it's not how this works. We'll have to play the game more so you can see. I feel like that's an important detail. That right there. Ugh. He's so gross. Let me tell you something here. Max looks perfectly dead inside. I need Max to bring this level of dead inside in the show. Oh, right, duh. What I was going to tell you guys. So when I wrote a little show thing about Life is Strange, where it was going to really expand the Life is Strange story, as like a little YouTube fan thing, I proposed that, Jefferson really liked Max even before this day. So if there's a lot of room for Jefferson to have already drugged Max. Is like there's time before this that exists. Is what I'm saying. This is just like 1 week of the school year, and it's October, so it's already been like a month in. Not really too long, but long enough. They're throwing paper at Kate. I didn't do a very good job capturing that. I'm just looking around at things because I haven't like played the game in a long time. I'm just enjoying myself. Um, looking around, thinking about just stuff. I don't know. Anyways, let's talk to Kate because I did that the first time. Also, the wind is just taking out of me because I did all this a second ago, and now I gotta do it again. And I'll pick it back up. I'll pick it back up. All right. But let me tell you, in my version, there's already some time before this, so theoretically, Max could have already gotten drugged. Um, I also think another interesting take. I don't know. We'll get into that. More interesting takes later. I hope I didn't embarrass you. You seem quiet today. I should get a cup of tea. Yeah. Rachel Amber forever. One of the only times you see Rachel Amber just randomly in the environment. I think there's one in like a bathroom stall or something, but I like the predatorial pull. That'd be good in the TV show because yeah. She needs to say I didn't have any time. That's in my moments I need to go in the TV show because we don't know yet. This is the time to start playing around. This is the thrill grab right here. Thing is, Victoria, she's being her bad self right now, but why give her attention? This is our time in the TV show to really show how Max interacts um, when she doesn't have her time powers. Like, no crutch, nothing. And let me tell you, Max doesn't want anything to do with anybody. And she'll show you right now. She'll show you that truth right now. Because the TV show needs to center more around Max than the game does. Because she's the main character. Not in the game, really. But in the TV show, she'll be. Because in the game, we are her. So we kind of erase her a little bit. It's just how it is. But in the show, Also, back to people talking shit about her. Right, right there, right next to her. Who is that? Who is that that's talking shit? Who passed us? Is it you two? Taylor and Courtney? Yeah, fuck you guys. Don't talk about Max that way. Good thing children can't watch this. It's so aggressive. They're not even that bad. I'm just joking around. Uh, I just wanted to stand up for her. I don't know. It's funny. Uh, anyways, this is Max's choice. Sorry. uh, this is Max's choice. She doesn't even care about that. She didn't care about anything. She's just chilling. It kind of does look like she's looking around a lot, so maybe she would have seen the missing poster. I don't think this is the time she sees the missing poster. I think that she's pretty unaware of the missing poster up until she goes outside and there's all the missing posters on the ground. Yeah, I think she's pretty oblivious. She doesn't want any conflict. She doesn't want any problems. She just wants to get through school. She's not into all this weird stuff all the time. And she's overstimulated, obviously. Even she says that right now. It's like, dang. Ugh. This is... Yeah. This is great in the game. I don't know if the show should take a second to show this. Excuse me, because I don't think it's a good moment. It's not a good moment for the show. Oh wait, duh. They can line it up like it normally lines up naturally right here. So you could use that just for a second, but I think it kind of takes from the suspense right now. You're not really expecting the suspense. I guess. I guess this is kind of a dramatic turn. It's like an eerie vibe. That's what it is. Well, you take the eerie vibe as like a mystical vibe, not a spooky vibe. It's a reframing of, yeah. I just think this went from like artistic to like I'm playing an old video game. They look like a video game so hard instead of like an art piece. And like the remaster one, kind of an L. I'll probably switch to the other one for the last couple episodes, even though I think that they're all pretty. See, I like that. The reveal that Max was actually paying attention. She revealed she was paying attention. So she just didn't want any business. She didn't feel like she had any power in the situation. Okay, let's rewind. Yep. I really felt the thrill from Max there. uh. Oh, how many times? I like that you can see the building over there. Sorry, I got distracted. Voluntarily. Victoria, you look pretty dead while you're talking. Like, she didn't even animate. She just... What? Oh, I'm supposed to look at the photo, huh? Do I need to take a selfie? Duh. Layden, stop listening to the lecture. I was just enjoying the ambiance. The way it's like extra dark behind her is interesting. Hmm. Ah, glitchy. That's a good line. I like that one. I feel like that one needs to go in the TV show. I'm trying to just play this game how I want it to be in the TV show. And I'm enjoying it. I just love Life is Strange. Rewinding. Give him the right answer. Louis Daguerre. Hmm. Mm-hmm. That didn't get me out of class any faster. But will it have good consequences after this conversation? Hey, I can change my mind on putting my photo in. I think in episode 2 is when you get to submit your photo. No. I forgot to look at those. Okay. We are going to have some... You know. I feel like I wouldn't like Max if she was dumber than a doornail. So she could show that she has a little bit of brain cells behind her eyes if she doesn't just run out of the classroom or try to run out of the classroom in the TV show because she knows that Jefferson's going to stop her because that's what happened last time. So she actually engages in the conversation immediately, you know. Uh, that's my idea. I feel like the problem is you don't get any Victoria action with the way I'm kind of alluding to this unless you and take her in before. Like you have to get Kate and Victoria in before now. Victoria is already established that she's kind of a bully character because she starts throwing paper at Kate. I don't think we need much more of you know, her goons start talking shit as soon as you're outside the door. They don't need more interaction. Sorry. Let's rewind. Right here, when she walks up initially, past initially, we can hear Victoria talking a little bit to establish the relationship between Victoria and Jefferson a little bit. Then this makes a little bit more sense. Because I'm just not paying attention. That has nothing to do with the writing of the actual game. Um, so funny. Sometimes the the whole time stuff messes with my head a little bit, but we're writing this TV show well so far, I think. The little jog. I want the little jog in the TV show. But I gotta get to the bathroom fast, but don't look suspicious. Of course, the butterfly giving her her powers. Okay, sure. But her getting drugged by Jefferson before this day? Come on. Come on. Because then that's how the other characters throughout the Life is Strange series could have got their powers. Uh, you have to look at this. And then you have to smooth this card over. So we don't really need this puzzle. We don't need the puzzle in, we don't need this in the TV show. We don't need her doing the puzzle in the TV show. She can just pull the fire alarm. There's no option to pick up that photo, but I feel like she should pick it up. Before the Storm kind of changes his intentions and his ability and awareness of what's going on in his life. Uh, Before the Storm kind of muddies the water with some of the things. Because I was like, what if, David took surveillance more seriously because he felt it would mean something to Joyce to watch um, over Max and, uh, knowing that she's coming back to Blackwell. But no, they had no contact with each other really, and his need for surveillance is because he's discovering some stuff now, like a month into his job here at Blackwell, and he doesn't have any idea anything about Max, obviously. Um, or hasn't been introduced to her up until that point. Which is like, mm, okay. Um, yeah, because, you know, in Before the Storm, we're led to believe that David and Chloe talk, but I just don't think that in Life is Strange they talk. I think it's darker than what Before the Storm wasn't really portraying it the same way as it's portrayed in this game. Like Chloe and David, they really don't spend any time together. They don't entertain each other. It's not this. Because to get back to that point that Chloe is at in this game, I think it's harder from that point that Before the Storm writes. But it's okay. It's okay. I still love Before the Storm. I'm just saying it doesn't quite puzzle piece in perfectly, but damn near perfect. Now, in the TV show, Max is leaving. Alright, she just got this confrontation from David. Now she's immediately in another confrontation with Wells. There isn't like a single room that Max doesn't leave where she isn't in a new confrontation. Whether she leaves the classroom, she's in that conversation with Jefferson. She just wants to leave. Conversation with Jefferson. Hallway. People are talking shit. Goes to the bathroom. Some girl gets killed. Okay, woo. Dang, that's insane. Alright, next, she leaves the bathroom. Immediately, confrontation. Trying to leave the school, confrontation. We have to understand that, like, this run of events is a lot of confrontation. Like, bad luck up the wazoo. Now, I feel like Max is so confuzzled and her trusting of authority because we were led to believe she has both of her parents and, maybe a relatively normal home life. She would report Nathan during this time. So that's what we'll do. Because she doesn't pay attention. She doesn't know who the press cards are. But maybe she'll prove me wrong. Maybe she'll prove me wrong. Maybe I don't remember. she puts herself and Nathan in the bathroom with her with a gun. And the fire alarm was going off from in there by telling the truth. So yeah, she should rewind time. This is how she creates initial conflict with Nathan, who needs to be perceived as a predator. Even though he's the red herring. We don't know that. Okay, we're gonna hide the truth. What the hell? I don't remember which one is the outcome that you want for the TV show. I don't know, because it matters right here. I think the thing is okay. He's just so pent up that he doesn't really care about Max. Like, he doesn't. He's not home. But teachers kind of do that thing where they might not be home, but if you're like a good low-key student or they don't have a bad impression of you, they just don't even want to get it out on you, so they just push you aside. So I think that he doesn't really connect the dots yet. I'm excited to see what the TV show does with the creativity of some of these moments. I don't particularly find the Wells interaction to be, it's just to try to help cause conflict with Nathan, because if you do tell on him, then he's like, it's just kind of out of character for Max to tell on him, because she doesn't want to be involved. Like, at first she wants to, believe in authority, blah, 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 but then when she realizes, like, this is not what it's not what it's cut out to be, like, we need to reel it back, That's just another, like, how it should be written moments that kind of overshadows what the player, like myself, would maybe prefer. Because also, though, it'd be nice to, over the loudspeaker, like, Nathan Prescott, because that's the conflict. We want that conflict, right? So then she has to tell on him. So maybe there's a third option for the TV show. Just an idea. A third option that's a hybrid between those two. Telling on him, but not quite saying, like, oh, he was in there with a gun. Just like I saw Nathan Prescott go into the girls' bathroom, and then just kind of cut it off there. No more details than that. And then Wells is like, okay, blah blah blah. Then there's kind of an amalgamation of the conversations, and then she goes outside and he still calls them. So there's still that predatorial, because it kind of takes out a little bit of the umph of the next like few scenes if he doesn't get called over and you're not feeling that anxiety of like, I guess it would be kind of cool too to keep us guessing, not guessing, but like shown in a way that doesn't seem like there was really an answer pick, because it doesn't really matter. You're gonna get that same consequence either way. Same consequence either way on that. Okay, so there is a spot somewhere out here where someone actually does mention Rachel. There's actually an important moment somewhere out here. Okay. So as a Life is Strange expert, I know that she was going to say that. Is that important to go into the TV show? I don't know. Is Stella important to go into the TV show? I don't know. Because we need to really be picking and choosing how many characters we're going to be putting in the TV show. Because there's a lot of good ones. And the thing is like, this is so early on. We're in like the third scene of the game. Or fourth scene of the game. And she's saying that. That's like one of the... This whole courtyard, you can interact with so many different people. Two over there. Some over there. You know. Now, we know that later on, Victoria and Nathan are part of this group called the Vortex Club. At this point in the game, you don't. I think that if you talk to Hayden, he talks about it. He's in the Vortex Club, I think. Rachel Amber was in the Vortex Club. Earliest possible time you can figure this out. Maybe the only time that it's revealed, I don't know. Because you could create, in the TV show, you could create this. The Vortex Club is like a evil organization type, you know, clique. So they're not evil, but they're the troubled, the troubled cast. Do we go that way? Or behind me? Oh no. Am I really gonna go over here and these, like, this is the way to go, right? We're gonna meet Warren in the parking lot. No, we gotta go back to the dorms and get it. Okay, let me see here. We are gonna go that way, but we have to go to the dorm and get the. I have to get the. I My brain is on full. Like, if my brain was a computer, the fans would be booted up right now at max volumes. You'd be really hearing the because my brain is at all force fired. Uh, I don't remember what that was. See, I feel like Max would be like, let's be real, in the TV show where Max is at, it's kind of polarizing in the game, uh, and makes it feel like a video game right now to go walk and talk to Stella, walk and talk to Hayden, walk over to that side to remember what's going on in the game and to just look at random crap, um, to kind of see what's in the vault, see if you're missing anything before you move on, and that's polarizing in comparison to the scene just before this. Um, in like a show, that would be weird to just Max just saw this girl get shot. She's still in this mindset of like there's so much conflict. She's on edge. She has anxiety. She gets to this point. It wouldn't make any sense to just suddenly be not. Like, how crazy is Max that suddenly she's just dead inside? Just nothing going on. No, she's like. She gets this text from Warren. It's like her relief text. She books it right to the dorm to decompress in her dorm. Um, all these other details we're gathering in these scenes are just because this is the only place we have access to these lines of dialogue and stuff. So they would need to go in a different part in the TV show, like in the linear timeline. No. See, David's already on this whole monitoring everything. Hmm. I don't know if they would want to lean into the Native American lore in Life is Strange in the TV show. I just really wonder how they're going to pace out the emotions in the show. It just doesn't make sense to come down so hard right here. So I don't know. Like, because even if they had, like, let's say the petition is. That looked kind of interesting. I don't know. Um, Like you could put her in the way. Um, you could put this this petition thing in the way. I don't know how much we want to put the whole surveillance thing into the TV show with David. Um, I mean, we kind of know what happens in the end with David and how he ends up getting down into the thing. I don't know. He did it because he was like, he just like figured it out too, or like he saw Max and Chloe's evidence or something. I don't know what was the canon thing, how he gets down there. I don't remember off the top of my head right now. Um, Earlier, I don't know if like this interaction with him wanting to put surveillance even in the school is necessarily necessary. They kind of dropped it in Before the Storm too, I think. Because it's like kind of a weird. He's paranoid. He's paranoid, so he wants to like fight his paranoia. I think that's kind of what they're alluding to in this. It makes more sense in Before the Storm, I think. Um, I don't know. Maybe I switched sides at some point on what I thought. So yeah, there's Evan, there's Daniel, I think. There's so many different. Hmm, yeah, I don't know. People have like characters they really like, so they might want more moments in there. But I just don't see any of these ones making it in right now. Um, this probably should make it in to the TV show though. Like Max wants to decompress. She's still kind of fuzzled. She didn't talk to anybody just now. She's making her way downtown. And then, Alyssa could be some comedic relief. Maybe she could get in. Uh, but she could be a good background prop. I don't feel like Max would interact with her there either. Like, I really do feel like she would go from the school right here to Victoria being in her way, being a pest. As far as Max going over there, it's kind of a good way to show her powers, her being able to use her powers in a new way. But maybe for cinema, I don't know if they'd want to do it quite in this fashion. I just don't know. I need to use the bathroom. I'll get back. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, I'm super excited. So, I was thinking about what's going on right now. We're going to get this hard drive for Warren. Now, whether Max wants to or not is a whole different story. Now, she did, you know, borrow the flash drive, but did she know that she was going to have this kind of day? No. So, does she particularly want to um, be doing this? Possibly not. As soon as Max has a free moment, Warren is immediately like Warren is immediately, you know, taking her time, taking her energy. And the TV show might want to also understand that. And Samuel here, this is a good introduction for him because he's being helpful to us. He's this is a good way to Samuel is like a good not a main, but a good oh. No, we don't want to do that. So the moment with Stella should go in the show. I just don't know when it should go in the show. The other parts depend on the cadence of the show. I mean, it just depends on the cadence, really. The cadence will have to decide because I just can't go right there. I think. Nice. Okay, so this is important. This is super important. If we comfort Victoria, she and we get on her side, and she likes us because she likes us, and her nature and whatnot. She'll end up in the final level with us. If we're mean to her and she pushes us away, she won't be in the room with us, I think. I think that's how it works. Um, now just because we make fun of her now doesn't necessarily mean that we'll won't be able to change the outcome later. But is it in Max's character? I don't know. So what I say we're gonna do is we're gonna make fun of her, and then we'll rewind and comfort her. I don't know if the TV show wants to do that. Plus, like, um, I think that your room gets messed up either way. If it's Nathan that messes up your room, that could be better than Victoria in the show. So, Max acknowledging the natural consequence of the situation of her having the paint on her coat is very Life is Strange, and it's more Max's character. It's a little bit more sweet. Um, I know that we need to be led to believe that Victoria is this not perfect girl. Like there's like Life is Strange is kind of like got that men are kind of poison and women are kind of chill going on. But then Victoria is one of the few women that have very relatable flaws to people that people know in their lives or something. So she can be very irking and very hard hitting as a character. So I feel like it could be very powerful. Um, but even that line, I think Victoria is playing me that kind of like back of your head, like maybe there's more demons around than we thought. Um, might be a different than like more of an upfront, head-on approach. Another one of those playing with the cadence moments. Right, they leave Victoria's door cracked open, so you can go into Victoria's room. Let's do that. We don't go into it yet. See, maybe she wants to be the change she wants to see. I think it depending on depending on what you do changes that. That isn't something we would be able to display in the TV show though. I don't know unless they want to do a time bending thing every episode and do different layers of like they could really play around with each episode and really give us something unique if they wanted to. And so when looking at like this whole linear kind of which way should they go, what moment should they keep, or what should they reference? Yeah, they should. They need to please us fans for once. This better be satisfying, you know. This so watching Life is Strange, even if they do something unique, I need to do at least satisfying. Okay, at least. Okay, so Max goes into her room. She gets the hard drive. Uh, she can't find it. It's not in here. She waters her plant. That's a good point. I don't know if we should show the plant as an action has consequences thing. Like, the plant should die, right? So, is it dying now and then she fixes it up, or the other way around? I don't know how the TV show will go, if it'll be. To Max or who it may concern, the cinematic context of this flash drive are of a graphic, life-altering, controversial nature. This collection has been downloaded with the greatest care for the most discriminating viewer. I congratulate you on your taste and uh, eagerly await your in-depth reviews of Cannibal Holocaust and Ultra Vixens. Okay, so I don't think I've ever seen this ever playing Life is Strange, and I have 90 hours into it apparently. Plus, I probably have way more than that because I've watched like a lot of people play it. Watch Jack play it. Watch PewDiePie play it. Like watch literally everybody under the sun play it. Game Theory played it. Okay, watched all of that. Why have I never seen this? I don't know. But what this says to me about Warren is that he has a little bit of subculture of internet. He's deep online. He likes shock value. He's the guy like us who wants our friend to sit down and play this game, and they're gonna pick the ending we want because we want to see them bawl their eyes out for about 45 years. Okay, that's the kind of thing that Warren wants. He wants you to look at that and go, "Oh my God, this is disgusting." All right, that's what that note reads to me. Okay, he said he put together the flash drive for that exact reason. So I don't know if that's really important to his character. I don't know how in depth we want to really explore it. People really like Warren. Um, Here's another important part in this room. You can, in the TV show, introduce Chloe from Max's perspective faster than if you just have her get hit by Chloe's car. Um, sorta. I mean, we don't necessarily recognize her as the same person. So it could be a before your eyes trick. Like, it could be foreshadowing that this does a lot in this game, is a before your eyes trick, where a little bit of change blindness goes a long way, you know? Like, the blue hair isn't there, we don't know. Who is that person? We don't know. So, it is kind of cute that Max has a picture of Chloe in her top drawer like that. I think it's there because it's relevant to the game. Whether or not it's relevant to on Max's mind or not is a different story. I think Max probably thought of Chloe a couple times, but she's out of sight, out of mind. She's not. I don't think she like has any attachment to Chloe right now. She doesn't remember the connection they had because maybe it hurt her a lot when they originally had to split. You know, maybe it wasn't. It's something that she kind of blocked out, and because she's going through a lot, she had to do what her parents wanted, which was to move to Seattle. So it wasn't really her choice, you know. Um, but that's something that the TV show gets to write. And I was trying to say, like, yeah, people are really, really in it for Warren. They really like him. And I think he should represent who he represents. And whether or not that's a good mesh for Max, I don't know. It might be kind of a waste of her time. Um, Because literally Life is Strange shines out the most as a love story. It's not as powerful of a love story if you go with Warren. So the TV show probably should ditch some of the more can Warren be a romantic pull for Max? It's not really in his character. He's just supposed to be that kid that's interested in the other kid who's not really clicking with all the other people. You know what I mean? It's to help archetype Max into a role in like a regular high school. I don't know. She doesn't want to participate. We've established this right from the beginning. He doesn't fit in because he's quirky. He wants to shock people. He's more interested in the wow than and the nitty gritty and the sciences of the world, and not so much of like stay in his lane, not really try the more common folk narrative of school dynamics. Of course, they are in a unique school. They are going to an artsy school, so you do have a lot of different stereotypes. So maybe he's, it's only a month in. They're freshmen. Maybe he just hasn't come to any uh, like we do see him kind of blossom in the story. We do. He does because he's kind of in it, but it's only a week. You don't. We see a lot of character growth within the game, um, because it's a fulfilling narrative to have all that character growth. In the show, is it realistic to have every single character have these dynamic, overarching character growths when nothing's really going on? Like, yeah, Warren gets into a fight with Nathan. That could possibly be a thing. So maybe we'll visit this whole whole Warren thing later, okay? But so far, we see Warren pulling us towards him in our spare moment. Um, because yeah, we did borrow the flash drive. That was keeping us entertained. Now, Julia and Dana. I don't know if they should be in the TV show. They're kind of supposed to be like the older senior girls who still are cool. They're just cool with everybody. They're actually the popular girls, not the, you know, they got there because of their acts of service and their acts of being top dogs, you know. Um, and it does touch on teen pregnancy. Do I think that the TV show should go into teen pregnancy? I don't know. I don't really see why. Uh, I don't see it being a big plot. I think it just kind of would muddy the water to go into it in the show. I don't really think it would push the narrative. It doesn't really. It's just so. It's so B plot, but it's like more like E plot. It doesn't connect in any way to any major point other than the realism of different types of things that can happen in a high school in America. Yeah, that does bring out. This is a little bit of a Victoria shenanigans part as well. I just don't know if the TV show wants Victoria to be a victim with Max. If that helps the plot, like like if it helps being meaning, like if it's meaningful, or if yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know if it. She does do this in Life is Strange, obviously. That wasn't a real sentence. Like, oh, she's doing what she's doing, duh. No, but I mean, like, this is to show doubt for the decision that I made. To, if I had made a different choices, this would be acting out differently. So all this stuff still needs to be in the game because it's illusion of choice. It's how the game's made. You know what I mean? It's how the game was made. Um, so then I found it to truly punk Juliet and Dana just now. All I had to do was mention Juliet and then I saw a nasty text from Dana on Zach's phone. Dumbass believed me and I expected there to be a dorm rampage soon. See, Victoria just causing shit. She obviously could have did this, like, this is just for the mechanics of how the game was built, not necessarily for the narrative. That's what I've been saying. I'm gonna stick with that answer. I'm not gonna dig into it anymore. Oh, I didn't print it out. I'm stupid. Sorry about that. That's my bad. User, max operating error. Go back into Victoria's room. Wait, did I get it from the printer? Did I even print it out? Oh, duh. Okay, we figured I did skip a step. This is really random, but see, that's another thing. Max and Warren do kind of could mesh enough. They could mesh enough. They could. I just don't think that it's debatable. It's not. It's gonna be weird to not just focus on Max and Chloe. So I think they should give Warren a very respectable role in the movie overall, in the TV show overall, but not. And, like, show that he has a crush. Show that he could maybe be compatible with Max. That he is just a freshman dude. Give him his highlights, but not make some sort of strange love story out of it. That's what I'm saying. That's like the obvious thing to do. I don't think anybody. If someone. I don't know how. I don't know. Possibilities are endless, I guess. Yeah, so the whole subplot. I like that Dana's kind of like Max's, like, mentor type of deal. That's how people see her, too. Is like. It's even mentioned earlier, like. Who's looking out for Max? It's Dana. Do I think that should give her some screen time in the TV show? Um, uh, I don't think it really. In this week of school that Max endures, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the whole time that she's at Blackwell, like to her personally, and her growth as a human, and blah blah blah. And would it have mattered had things gone, regularly? Yeah, I love that for Max. But does it have anything to do with the plot? No, it doesn't. Skipping it. Sorry, Dana. We respect your role. Okay, saving Alyssa. For our playthrough, we'll save Alyssa, sure. Because it's also like, wow, Alyssa has a lot of bad stuff happen to her. You can think of it that way. Or you can think of it as she's noticing. She could start noticing. Okay, Alyssa clearly doesn't notice in the game, but in the show, it would be kind of cool if Alyssa started to notice. Like, it'd be funny for Max to go out of her way and save Alyssa. The problem is like, Max just doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Never mind. Let's just keep going. Yeah, message from Victoria. I haven't opened my journal or anything. Okay. The principal sent me an email that he was concerned about your attitude and behavior, that you are not fitting in well and hiding your dorm. I know it's hard to be away from home and it's all grown up now, but you are there to change the world with your camera. Please call me soon to chat. See, I kind of like this because I have that problem too, sometimes in real life, where, like, well, this seems kind of like, maybe even in Max, maybe not, I mean, I think even to Max, like, way left field. Like, what is this? But, someone in a place of power, sometimes they just be doing wacky stuff. I feel like this is very realistic. I'm just saying, like, I just feel this is so realistic. I'm sorry. This right here is just so realistic. I'm not going to sit here and explain it for hours. I'm just going to let you know I think that's really realistic. And that I think that should be in the show. That perspective. Okay, so he's in the parking lot. Okay, bye. Alright. Why didn't it say I got a message from Victoria? Thanks, but we're not friends. I don't know about her, Max, getting text in the show. Like, if she would just be chilling and then they would, like, show her text over her shoulder. I feel like that's silly. Not a realistic expectation to be having. Those aren't going to be relevant in the show. So important details from them will need to be shown in the show. Okay. This is another one of those interactions where I wish there would take a third outcome, if it was my choice to write the show, and I was writing based on just, like, the actual. This is one of those places where I would try to take a unique outcome to this situation. I think that Max should take the photo and intervene. And I hate that you can't. You can't do that. I love that line in the game. I will remember this conversation because it's such a video game line. I love that one. I don't know if that should be in the TV show, but I love that one in the game. We know we don't have to worry about David because we have a protector from David soon. But right now, Max doesn't know that. And you, the player, don't know that. So that's just like a game plot point, not a TV show plot point again. And this is like a really good way to tell. This method I've developed. Um, Now, whether or not Kate should die in the show, would I feel like it would be more impactful if she did? Yeah. Do I feel like it's rewarding for Max to be in the hospital with Kate and be like, yes, we did it at the end? Like, like, to remind us that Max is doing the best she can to be a good person? Possibly. Possibly. So, Frank's RV is here, right? That's Frank's RV? I thought he had an orange stripe, but that's like clearly Pompidou, right? Yeah, that's him, Breaking Bad. Okay. He's at the school because he's selling drugs to people at the school. Is kind of an important detail. I always used to miss that detail. The TV show should do a good job making sure that players who've only ever played the game actually get the whole story in a way that maybe they haven't even understood that it was supposed to be like that, you know? Like, there's certain things that it's like, oh, yeah, that I never noticed that makes a lot of sense. Like, I know that because later you see his client list and know he's selling drugs to kids at the school, but you see it a lot sooner in the game. If you just walk right up to Warren or talk to Julia and go to Warren, then you might miss it. It's pretty easy. Um, Anyways, I think Max is enthused to talk to Warren right now. She wants to get her mind off of what happened. She's forced into this. She thinks she has time to kill today. Like, in her mind, she thinks she's got time to kill. Like, she's got this new rewind power. She's overwhelmed. She might actually just be wanting to tell the first person that she sees about it. Um, so in the TV show, whether or not she reveals, that could be like the thing. Like, Alyssa is the one that kind of finds out on her own throughout the week, but Warren is the one that just straight up knows. But I feel like that's another thing that makes like Chloe and Max's relationship so intense at first, is they think that they're the only ones who share that knowledge. Uh, could be a point. I mean, that's not really why, but that could be one of the things. This is such an irrelevant decision that you can pick either one. Do I think Max actually watched the movies? Well, she borrowed the flash drive for a reason, so I'll say yeah. The thing is I just gave you it back, so you want me to go out of my way and watch it, or am I gonna borrow this again? You told me to watch it in your note, so am I giving away that I seen your note or not seen the note? Not really. So really, I'm just deciding for Max right now if she's seen it or not. I think that they would skip over this in the TV show. I don't really see. Maybe this interaction would happen, but I don't see its importance overall. Again, um, so this is really asking the question: would Max willingly expose herself to grotesque things, or would she not? So maybe this decision is a little bit more important than I have given it credit for in the past. So would Max willingly expose herself to grotesque things or not? Um, would she have chosen this conflict? Based on my initial impression of Max, no, she wouldn't. She would not volunteer for this. She is really like the fly on the wall, like, we she's written as. Um, at the same time, she does. Yeah, because like video games and stuff are for your own. Like, it's not the same as like watching someone's head get lobbed off or something. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. So maybe this should be in the show. No, it doesn't need to be because we already know. It's clearly written. We don't need it to be. Because remember, Max is a character in the show, unlike. Yeah. See, that's a sweet moment. Yeah, see, this is all good for the TV show, I think. Um, this part. If we're gonna give Warren some. I just don't know. I think we could skip this too. Uh, I feel like she could just walk out to Warren and then Nathan rolls up right behind her. Like he followed her out from the dorm. Like from her interaction with Madsen. Like maybe Nathan is a little bit watching Madsen because Madsen is watching him. Like they're kind of having a little back and forth. So I think they say that later in the game, right? So I think that would be good interaction then, and then just follow him out and like kind of a short interaction with Warren. I don't really see. Yeah. Yep. That's how I think it would go. TV show predictions. Okay, so is she like trying to tell him either way? Well, hmm. We're gonna take that as another video game moment, not a not a well not a movie not a movie moment. Uh oh, he's asking me about the bathroom, and I had nothing to say. Hmm. Because this interaction has to go into the TV show. So do I think that she should say either of these? This is kind of like a pin-up point for me. Let me think about this. I think we need to think about what Nathan reveals based on our answer. If we talk about the cops, he says that the Prescotts own the cops in this town. But Wells kind of defines his role. He just reiterating it to make it more real. Really define it back. So, like, if we're playing dumb as Max, maybe we would go with the cop one. But because we already established we want a smarter Max for the show, we weren't going to go with that one. Plus, I like a little bit of hints of sassy Max in this interaction. Cause see this interaction between Nathan and Warren right now? Perfect. We need that. Madsen runs up. Perfect. We need that. Him saying that whore in the bathroom? Perfect. We need that. It's very integral. This is super important to the... This is where a lot of people fall in love with Life is Strange. Right here is the start. It's really important that they remember that. We're not supposed to like Chloe. We're not supposed to like Chloe. You know that, right? Like, we love Chloe. I love Chloe. But no, we're not supposed to like Chloe at all right now. It's really important that we don't like her. Hopefully nothing, I have no idea. They really need to capture the fact that Chloe doesn't actually look over at Max. She suggests that she might look over, but she doesn't actually do it until she does, because she's kinda nervous, I think. This is another one of those moments that really matter in this conversation. Because if we're watching this like as someone who hasn't played the game, which is as important, it's important to define that, like, I feel like we have more incentive to say B than we do of A in the show, especially because the likelihood of the cadence pointing to the fact that Max says that's really high. Because we don't want to allude to anything, and we need to give, because we want people to dislike Chloe, but what Chloe is able to bounce back from her dislikability from the flaws that Max has. So if Max doesn't display flaws, then Chloe's reasoning, our reasoning for letting Chloe bounce back in the relationship is not as big, if that makes sense. It's not as realistic. Um, that's all I'm saying. Writing tip. And she says that iconic line too. That's important. Um, but we like Max, so she owns up right away. Okay, so the birds and the bees and the elk and the ambiance. The show needs to slow down like a Studio Ghibli film sometimes and actually vibe out like a Life is Strange. Life is Strange's, you know? If the TV show doesn't vibe out right, it's not gonna hit. It's not gonna slap. They have it down to a routine. There's a pacing that you can find. This game does an okay job with its pacing, but some people will say it's slow. The show will be faster because it won't take so long looking around and stuff. You know what I mean? Um, I can't think of anything in here in particular that's like super important too. Anything, just the conversation that you have with Chloe is the most important thing that happens in this room for the most part. A lot of important plot in these scenes. Her hair looks very interesting in this lighting. But, I think this is a new thing that Chloe's doing, blaming Max. Not just because of Before the Storm, but because maybe it's not a new thing. Maybe it is an old thing. Maybe it's not something to linger on. So for the TV show, I like those lines. Because, like, she's just trying to cause drama and conflict in give that confrontational, like, in a clean way. Like, so that you don't really like her to blame. She's blaming us for something, you know? It helps us not like her as much. Um, but that's the line that really captivated me in The Life is Strange, is, like, hearing, like, basically her favorite person died. And that locked her in a box where she needed people that were already there. She couldn't really reach out and find new people. And she didn't have anybody. And then Rachel kind of stepped into that box. And when I played this game, hearing that, I was like, that's amazing. That's exactly what I want to hear. Is that relatability? Chloe's a very relatable character, obviously. She's very inspirational to a lot of people for the way she's written. And so, how I feel Max should approach the situation in the TV show, whether she's going to be a bit jealous of Rachel or just understand that, like, have empathy for, like, what Chloe's going through. And I feel like if we were to bring in this, because there is a possibility in this game to make it where Rachel and Chloe's relationship, like, it's so that you as the player feel their relationship was close. But it comes off, if you put Max into the equation, like Max isn't adequate enough for Chloe, or, you know, at if like, you can play the game where it's like clean and there's like a version where it's not clean. Okay? there's a version where the player gets to have this deeper relationship with Rachel through Chloe, and as a consequence, Max has this issue of this kind of reason to be jealous, or perception of jealous, or insecurity of jealousy towards Rachel. Um, or you can play without that. And we, as the people who've played Life is Strange, are super connected to Rachel. We all love Rachel so much. I think that in the show it would be cool if they did flashbacks to Rachel and actually showed us Rachel and not stayed true to the game in that way. That would really be great. There's lots of inspiration for that, and it would be fun. If they don't want to cast Rachel and they don't want to have flashbacks and they don't want to have anything fun like that, that's okay. But they will have to figure out some way to communicate to us, the watcher, especially people who haven't played the game, that connection between Rachel and Chloe. And I think that's going to be really important and shape a lot of the TV show. If we say so, Rachel took my place, it's really going to put Rachel in the seat where we can never do that. Like, we can pick to never do that. So, I don't really want to rewind. So, I'm just going to say this one. This is written by Max better with this dialogue option. Still bringing Rachel and Chloe's connection into it. And a more empathetic approach. Which is good. We want her to have an empathetic approach. That is a one thing about Rachel. She didn't get what she wanted from Chloe fast enough, or stopped getting a supply from Chloe enough. Because if you know anything about people, they don't just jump from one person to another person. They're not getting something from someone, they'll jump to another person. So, either Chloe wasn't moving fast enough, and they were not in a relationship in any kind of way, or, because we can't just say Before the Storm is canon in this Life is Strange TV show either. Like, we can take inspiration from it in the show, but it doesn't necessarily, because, like, we already have contradictions with David, like we were saying. So, when it comes to Chloe and Rachel's relationship, we know definitely that there was something that Rachel wasn't getting from Chloe. So even though they were strong and they had this bond, maybe it was that Chloe just wasn't willing to take that risk, that push forward. Because I think that is one thing that um, we need to see, that I think should be seen in the show, is that Chloe doesn't find that she's how I interpret Chloe is I see her that she doesn't really see that she deserves love. So she was really attached to certain people, really had her stuck in a lot of the grief that she ended up going through. And it wasn't just the way David was treating her. It was an amalgamation of these things. Um, because I feel like she's not impaired on seeing how things are truly written. So even if she deludes herself and writes this grief in some obscure way in her own head, it's more realistic to think that it's both. Um, it's like, I don't think that, and I think it makes the love story more impactful to acknowledge that people who are queer, even if Chloe is bi, to like women and to be queer at this time, like, it's still really hard. Uh, it's hard to cope with the societal pressure of being queer in any type of capacity. And so when in the TV show, when they're expressing this bond between Rachel and Chloe, yeah, it needs to be close. It needs to be that capture that fans' giddiness and that fans' those feelings to make the show really stand out as an amazing show. But it also needs to recognize that maybe Chloe, like, there's a different idea of what their relationship was. I know the comics expand on it, but the TV show can do whatever it wants, right? Like, I don't know what Dope Not is like telling them they have to do, or they obviously pick this writing. I mean, I don't know, but I just feel like there's a there's a reason to say that perhaps Chloe didn't find that she was deserving of love in a way, and that Rachel reaching into that box for her, showing her that, but then not being able to meet Rachel where she needed to be met and not get the results that she needed. And therefore, Rachel then moved on to Frank. That's how I see it's written in the game, but as well. But yeah. Okay. I don't know. Enough of whatever I'm saying. I'm exhausted from it. These little things to show off the scenery are great. I love it. There's so many little things in here. Can I think of anything particularly important? Hmm. Chloe needing a lot of money to get out of Arcadia. That was another thing. Chloe got held back on their goals. So that's literally pointed to multiple times. I think that you won't be able to hear me because of the music. Like, if I had the music playing on the stream, then when the stream is over, you can't hear anything I said anymore. Because it'll be muted. Because of all the music that was playing during the stream that you can hear. But I already played the first song in the game all the way through, basically. So I think that the stream's just super fucked. Uh, which sucks. I hope not. Oh well. I think Chloe having things laying around from years before is kind of a good way to show that, like, she hasn't really dug through every nook and corner in her room. Like, her room hasn't changed as much as maybe a healthy person's room would have changed in the time Max has been gone. Oh, that was the day before. Okay, I was like, that doesn't line up, but it's the day before. That's my bad. Kind of weird that that didn't work. Um, that was the thing. Is like the environment does tell a good story. So we're deciding how the TV show should approach things. Is really important. In the first episode. So the whole surveillance thing with David is kind of an important choice. I think that when she goes downstairs to get the tools, she has to see this. Oops. It might be even maybe she's not digging through the garage and I don't know if it matters if you close the cover here. I don't know. But in my version of the world, she rewinds so that the cover's not open. Um, so yeah, I mean, in the game we dig around for the tools, but like I know where the tools are because I played the game. But in the in the show, does she... This is a good time to learn about David and his stuff. Like, I think it's this drawer you open, you can learn about David. I don't think this is a good reveal. I don't think a picture is a good reveal, but I think that this is a good hint. And I think the surveillance in the house is a good hint. And the surveillance around the school is a good hint. But timing when she's gonna see that professor is gonna be a little bit weird. So, I don't know. And as for the, I don't know if she just walk in and the stuff should be on. And then she finds the tools. Like, she still has to dig around for the tools, so it's just more natural that the other way around. The way it's written already, not to switch it. But do I want to fight a switch? Yeah, I do. Chloe. Okay, two things that I just thought of. So, when I was talking earlier about Warren being a freshman, in it before the storm they are freshmen, for some reason I remember Blackwell being a senior only boarding high school or something. Because, like, Max is a senior during this. But I said that they were freshmen at the beginning. Like, maybe I'm getting all my information mixed up here. But I think that, I hate that everybody's always in high school during everything ever. And I don't know what information's relevant anymore, but I was mistaken on that part when I was speaking earlier, and I just thought of that. Okay, as for this part, lying to Chloe or not. Yeah, because, yeah, we're feeling in the game, we're feeling connected to Chloe, because we've just gone through all this stuff in a room, we've gone through all this stuff in our house. We're feeling more of a... Max in the game, in theory, probably feels a lot closer to Chloe, that maybe she feels like not lying to Chloe. In the TV show, we shouldn't lie to Chloe because Max does have all these deep connections to Chloe that she's kind of... They're still there, whether we discovered them again or not. There's no reason why she would say I wasn't there. I think it's important that Chloe randomly looks off into the distance. I'm gonna miss that in the show. I feel like it's just... If in the show, she's just always super focused on whatever is going on, and not, like, looking around and then recollecting herself and then looking back at Max, it's not gonna be the same vibe. It's just another random nitpick. But maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, maybe we want some intimidation factor in this scene of Chloe standing over Max. Max lying to Chloe. I don't know how much they want to play with the rewind either, because there's a lot of options in the TV show for them to go one way and then totally polarizingly go the other way at any point. It makes this really hard. Um, I kind of sometimes like lying to Chloe just to lie to her. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Do I think we lie to her in the show? I don't know. I'm gonna say no. Kind of weird. Kind of weird intersection. Let's not talking about it. I wasn't sure. Not at all. Where are we at? I don't know where we are in the conversation. I was too busy thinking about so many random things because I have a lot to say about this game. Uh, I wasn't sure. Not at all. Was I scared? I wasn't sure. Not at all. Um, mm, okay, hear me out. When at the end of this episode, when they're at the top of at the lighthouse, and they had this their first like little moment, really, I think, besides when she almost hits her with a car, um, where she's like pouring her. Well, I mean, there is like the moment just now, but I mean, like that's like Chloe to Max instead of Max to Chloe. Like it's flipped. Like so far, we're showing Chloe a lot of empathy with because we've done her wrong and we're at fault and blah 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 or whatever, you know. And we're not really sure if we're even liking her or not, but now we know that we have a long history with her for sure. So I don't think we should reveal it earlier. Um, Revealing that we had a childhood friend in the area that we're not talking to could make it more believable that we weren't talking to Chloe. So maybe that's still a good setup. But I don't. We have so much stuff we could set up. So it's like, what we can choose, you know? Um, so right now, with, this, you're like, why are you getting choked up for so long? Well, it matters because at the end of the game, or at the end of this episode, they had this moment. And I think in the TV show, that's the moment that, Chloe shows she has empathy towards Max. That's the point where we start to like Chloe, I think. Like, we started to like Chloe in episode 2, but we decide she's redeemable at that moment when she shows empathy towards Max at the end of the episode. So if we give her options to show us empathy now, do we take away from the power at the end? Because if we foreshadow that Chloe is a lot more empathetic than we've given her credit for so early on, uh, I think that breaks the facade that we don't like her. I didn't hear any of that. I need to go back. I don't remember what's going on. No, because I unplugged my headphones. I didn't hear anything they said, and I was reading it and telling myself that I probably unplugged my headphones. Just a bit, not really. I don't know. We're gonna rewind. Yeah, okay, actually, we're not gonna rewind. I like this part because Max, does every single thing that Chloe asks, so no, she shouldn't lie to Chloe. Because I like it when she does everything Chloe asks, because Chloe's a little bit aggressive at first. I just really need them to pay attention to all these little details at the very beginning, because it's really important. Um, I don't know, I like the line, I don't blame you. Well, maybe we should keep it in the TV show. Yeah, because the camera moment matters, so she will show Max empathy earlier. I'm struggling with the TV show being able to capture all of these feelings in such a short period of time. Because in the game, all this happens throughout like a space of time, broken up. In the show, it'll happen faster. The moment between us in the parking lot and here is so much faster. Um, and I don't know, my vision is clouded from already played the game, you know? The TV show gotta get good at. I mean, I don't know. Okay, here's another one. Should Max hide in the closet during the TV show? Mm, Because in the game, we feel like we need to step in to help Chloe. But in the show, we have no incentive to feel that way because of the plot. I think. So it seems like a very easy decision to make. But Max picking up the slack for Chloe on this and having her scholarship threatened could be extra conflict in the plot that will help us feel annoyed at Max for even having that. Like, why did you do that? But I don't really want to write Max that people hate her so much, you know? Like, give people reason to hate her so much, you know? We already have naturally built in reasons to not like Max. I feel like the story is much better enjoyed when we don't give Max too many flaws. Because I think that, jeopardizing her scholarship is a bigger flaw that you have to totally go out of your way to sign up for as well. That we don't need to be bothered. Plus, this moment between Chloe and David wards us off from David a lot as a person that could help us in the future. And that's what makes Life is Strange exciting, is feeling like the dark room is dark. If we can keep the dark room the darkest, that's going to be best for the TV show, I think. And Chloe asks us to stay in the closet, and we're going to follow her lead. Because we normally protect Chloe, so we're going to give her the opportunity to protect us when she can. And one way that she's going to do that is by taking the slap. Like, Chloe just isn't in David's control, and he doesn't like that. So it's good to show that too, I think, in the show. Plus, it gives us more reason to sneak out the window. Sneaking out the window isn't as cool if Max didn't hide, you know? It kind of brings away the whimsicalness. I can't believe I'm trying to get all the way to episode 3. It's supposed to say 1 to 3. We'll just get to 3, at least. This is one of the best scenes in the game. A lot of times, games and movies and shows have a weak, like, even their pilot, although is, like, hopefully, if it's like a really good show. Like Dawn, for example. Very, very good pilot. The pilot's one of the better episodes of all the episodes in Dawn, but not so much that none of the other episodes are bad. But when it comes to pilot episodes, that's like a really good pilot episode. But that doesn't necessarily mean that um Sorry, I was just remembering, like, if I really don't want to miss any scenes with little animals and birds, but I think I might have. I hope not. And I'm just keep getting distracted on random stuff like that because I think that symbolism, like she just said, birds can escape. Um, and I mean, that's about fate too, not just, that's good for the TV show as well. That's good in the TV show. That's like where some of those moments need to linger on in the show to make it catch all the vibes that Life is Strange encapsulates. But what was I even just saying? Oh my gosh, I totally erased my own mind. Um, Sorry, I'm loading. Let me load up. Let me think about this. Let me try to see if what I lost is down this way. I was talking about how all these different things needed to capture the vibe. Dang, I almost want to go into the stream and look at what I was talking about. I feel like that kind of breaks the meta on life, like that I can just go back and see what I was talking about. And we're not really sure if we're even liking or not, but now we'll just get to three at least. This is one of the best scenes in the game. A lot of times, games and movies and shows have a week. Like, even their pilot. I was talking about pilots. Okay, great. Okay, so I so glad I could just go back and yeah, mentioning that it's October finally would be great. We don't really see the dates. The dates are really I like seeing numbers in progress, so knowing that would be great. Anyways, so when I first played Life is Strange the first time, the first episode, pretty weak, pretty boring in comparison to the rest of the episodes. Like Don Don, like I said, great pilot. That doesn't mean that there's no episode that ever airs of that show that isn't really good. All the other episodes in Life is Strange is really good. Better than this episode for sure. But for a setup episode, it's alright. It's like the exact amount of foundation, especially for a game. But the show really can't linger on this episode longer than an episode. It just has to stay an episode. Uh, I know that was a lot of work just to barely have almost anything to say. Well, okay, what does it say? One more time. Turn this way now, or face the lonely autumn tree and never look back. Uh, what? I don't understand. Those, uh, those mean something, I think. I don't know if I've seen that. I don't think there's anything really that important around here, except for those glyphs, and I don't remember what they say. Trust no one is good advice for this game. Uh, hmm. That's what I was thinking too. Is like if you click on the lighthouse over there, and then even right here, like this whole scene is to set up that like this is about Max and Chloe. And that's how you know like the storm itself is about Max and Chloe. It's like pretty blatantly written. I just love this scene. Like the scenery. Like it's so unreal even in these graphics. I like how you have to make the effort to sit down. You can't just walk up over here. You have to actually interact. I just love this game. Y'all don't understand how much I love this game. Like, if I wasn't live streaming, I would spend another like 20 minutes here. Yeah, it is. Hmm. That is the thing, though, about this game that people don't really think about when it comes to symbolism, I think. There's a, like, Chloe's mom seems, like, really written to be kind of a facade. I feel like there's no way Chloe's mom, like, you might say, like, oh, it's because she's not active in her life that Chloe is so angry at her. And so, like, I think people might have kind of an immature outlook on Chloe that, like, oh, she just doesn't understand how the real world works, so therefore she's just pissed that her mom's never around. So they don't have a good relationship, and therefore, XYZ, XYZ. But what I think is Joyce is very one way, especially to our face as Max, but then maybe behind closed doors isn't as great as, she appears facing outwards. Um, Maybe she's even like a part of some of Chloe's complex behavioral issues, which would be most realistic. But let's just say they're not complex, and we just reel it back to how it actually is in the game. Very mild, very mild, and same with Joyce, probably very mild, but just enough to get under Chloe's skin, just enough to create this conflict. But I think that when people talk about Joyce, like the storm, it comes, it potentially kills Joyce. Joyce is also like just seeing as like realistically in capitalism, realistically in how society works, and being able to support your kid and doing your best and having the time. People can really relate to Joyce. But in another perspective, like her daughter, stuff happens to her. Like stuff happens to her. She doesn't even know. She's not really there for her daughter. Uh, you know, Basically what I'm saying is all the things that we can empathize with and relate to are also flaws, obviously. Um, but I just think it's more realistic to say that Chloe does understand how it's hard to be an adult, especially one that doesn't have any higher education or anything like that, because she's been trying to get out of this. We are led to believe this because she's trying to leave with Rachel. But we're also led to believe that she's doing it in a kind of immature way as well. So it's interesting. I don't know. Because we can write Chloe to be the bad guy in her home, where Chloe is immature and Chloe is writing these narratives. We can. This makes sense. Especially, I don't know. I just always wanted it to be written the other way. I feel like it is written that way. Um, but I really want it to be written the other way, where she actually does have problems and she's reacting to it, and we would assume this as an outsider looking in, but it's really the other way around. Um, because in Before the Storm, they write it like that. They write it the way it's written here, kind of. The way it's perceived to be written here, where she's immature, and she even has this immature way of getting the money, therefore getting in debt, um, and XYZ, XYZ. You know what I'm saying? Her own perception because she's a kid. As someone who lost a parent at a younger age, it does force you to grow up a little bit faster. And I think it would have made more sense and be more relatable had it been written the other way, where she's reacting to the actual environment created. Like the way David treated her, slapping her and stuff. That's how I feel like it should be written in the TV show. Because that's how I feel like I would like to choose it to be written. Like, I feel like this is one of the decisions in Life is Strange that's like a real decision that you as a player make, but it's not really directly involved on the screen. Like, whether or not you think that Chloe kind of causes this through her own narrative. Like, yes, David's mental health issues are real, but that her reaction to him and all this stuff is more so because of her mother, you know? Like, I'm not saying it's not bad enough the way that she reacts. It is bad enough because of David. I'm just saying the way. Like, is it because she's retaliating against her mother for the way she lets David treat her? Possibly. But I also feel like she should be a little bit more twisted behind. She is, because that's why. She is literally twisted in that mild way. Okay, I've explained it. I've explained the whole thing. I'm just confusing myself in the way I'm proposing it. Um, yeah, okay. We've circled back around and we understand. So basically, I'm saying that that's how it should be in the TV show. I don't know. What I'm saying is this is all the facts, but how it should be perceptualized in the TV show, written in the TV show, to be perceived shouldn't be that Chloe is just immature, but that there's actually issues going on. Because I think it's also a debate of like progressive. Like, if you're a progressive person, you're gonna see it the way I want it to be written, and if you're like a conservative person, you might see it to want to be written the other way. Maybe keeping it on the fence and making it a political talking point in a way. Uh, like keeping it just that neutralness instead of over exaggerating or pushing anything or adding anything. Yeah. Because that's like the climax of the first episode's beef with Nathan. If he's the bad guy of the first episode, this is where it peaks, where you find out this happens. That's when like the problem gets resolved, but it's not really resolved. It's like a new problem that's bigger than it was. It's resolved, and the reward is a bigger problem. Uh, that is the thing. She says, "Good thing you didn't tell anyone." If you're playing the game, you might hear that also to be kind of a little bit facetious, which could fuel some people's not liking for Chloe. But in the end, if you know the plot and yada yada yada, you know that that's not really, that's a genuine comment from her. But it's supposed to sound a little bit neutral on delivery because of how the game works, you know. But if you know, you know, you know. Yeah, she rewards us for not telling anybody. So you guys can handle it yourself. Because, like, really all this is in Max's hands alone. Nobody's gonna be able to help. The first time we're introduced to the storm as a hazard. To us, directly. Which, okay, hear me out. Max is gonna get poisoned. Whether Chloe died in the bathroom and Max got powers, or, like, what do we have to believe that Max didn't get a rewind powers? That Jefferson would have got caught. Like, why would Nathan rat him out? Jefferson kills Nathan that same week. Um, Jefferson kills Nathan. Jefferson also drugs Max. The girl in the bathroom dies. That story, without the rewind powers, Max goes to the dark room. Only because, Rachel is trying to lead her to the truth. If Rachel didn't lead her to the truth, then she would just, Max would just suffer. That'd be kind of a cool thing to play with in the TV shows too, is Max not having any power. Nothing, you know. And she ends up in the dark room. We don't even get that reality, in this game. We just get to think about it. Like, Max doesn't, I don't know. It seems silly. Maybe that's a bad idea. and seek in waterfalls. When we were younger, you played in the waterfalls when you were younger? I didn't. And I grew up in a place with a lot of waterfalls. Um, yeah, this moment's really important in the TV show. Um, it's been a long time since I actually heard this final scene because, you know, maybe not in this remastered version, of course, but in the original version, this scene notoriously glitches out. Of course, I love the music in this game, but I think for the stream we're gonna have to take the music and turn it off. Maybe with the whole empathy thing, like maybe the end of this episode more so shows like mm, I guess it's mostly being empathetic towards Chloe. I like the way it's written. It's hard to write it any different, really. That's kind of the problem I was having with my own fan show. It's like there's a lot of ideas to play around with, but some I just never even really fully sat with all together. Like, it was fun the end of this episode to be kind of a moment between them, but now that I've seen it again, I'm kind of like, nah, she's kind of stubborn about it till the end, huh? Then she was like, yeah, okay. Alright, let's see. This will kind of a little tiny, insy bitsy little bit show if there's anything that we missed in particular. That's it, huh? Just these 2 pages. This is like the little. Um. I did miss the bird on the window there. I'll let the bird die. I missed the whole scene with the bird. And I wanted the scene with the bird. Um. See, the most popular choice people make for the closet is to come out and intervene. But in the TV show, she shouldn't intervene, I don't think. And in the TV show, you'd think it's smart to just touch the pregnancy test. And, like, that'll be some wow factor or something good for the show. But I say just skip the whole Dana and Julia stuff altogether. Like, Julia and Dana being Easter eggs, doing what they're doing, like, either being a reporter or later on in scenes, will be good for us Life is Strange people. But, you know, people can come back and play the game if they want more of Dana and Julia. They don't really need that whole subplot, I don't think, in this TV show. I would think. But, I don't know. And we gotta play the next episode out of time. One of the best episodes ever. I have to say episode 1 is the weakest episode of all the episodes. Unlike Dawn to Dawn, where so far I feel like the first episode is the strongest episode of all the episodes. In this game, it's definitely the weakest episode. But it's not like Twilight, where it's like disgustingly bad compared to all the rest. You know, even though it sets up. Like, Twilight sets up for all the other movies to be good. This one, like, episode 1 of this game isn't quite on the same level. Like, same strategy, not on the same level. Not by any means. No, because, like, in the TV show, it can really pick up her almost getting hit by the car. Introducing Nathan. We don't want to set a bad tone for Jefferson. We really want to warn people off about that. So we really want to set a cool teacher vibe for Jefferson on the first episode, even though in the game, you know. Okay, playing without the music does suck. It sucks. Plus I don't think this is gonna. It's probably gonna erase the whole audio because I already played it with the music before. But I'll just turn the music up a little bit. I do want to hear it. I can't hear it at all. It's not there. It'll play next time. I feel like Max this night. Do you think she slept really, really hard? Is this giving like she slept super hard? I think it is. Her radio's playing. She's still laying in bed. Like, obviously, I need to click the get up button. But is this giving like... Yeah, exactly. She is wrecked. Okay. Oh, she stayed up all night. Duh. Okay, yeah, that is something to talk about, actually. Because I've seen this in, like, lots of iterations of Life is Strange fan works, where in episode 2 here, episode 3, episode 4, so besides episode 5 and episode 1, Max is always getting up out of bed. And because that's 3 episodes in a row that she's getting up out of bed in the morning, the transition between episodes of just getting up out of the bed, it's great and it's funny. And it's kind of like one of those little pieces that they could use as a good little quirk. A good little quirk. Kind of like, you know, the sticker on the mirror or other little bits. To be funny. Okay, that's another thing. Max teleports around. So, like, Victoria would have seen Max's door open just then. but Max wouldn't have come out. So let's theorize in this situation, perhaps that Victoria couldn't see Max. She's looking this way. She can't see her. But, or that she did see Max come out and it just disappeared, so it didn't matter. I think more so, she probably just didn't even see her come out the door. Like, so Max teleporting. Max just teleporting around in the TV show isn't going to be a big deal, because she just wouldn't do that. There'd be no reason to write that in. Just like there's no real reason to write Brooke in that much, other than that she kind of gives Warren some hope of, some sort of hope for Warren. Okay. I don't know, these little boards. That's interesting. Duh, of course she's up and gone. She's in here. Because I was just like thinking, like, dang, knowing much to just knock on her door like that. I don't know why. She's obviously here. Rachel was really the talk of the town. Really made her impact. Or she impacted. Teleporting around, yeah. Oh, they might want to be more creative than Max always just getting out of bed for each episode. But it would also be funny if, if it's 7 episodes instead of 5, like a TV show has been lately, or any more than 5 episodes. It, it would be kind of funny if they made it where Max got out of bed even more often. But I just don't see why they would want to expand it more than a week, so then they'd probably want to break up the episodes in between. Like, they could really do almost, because the game is like 2 hours an episode, so they could really do, instead of cutting like tons and tons and tons of stuff out, they really could try to make it like this episode is 2 episodes in the TV show. But I think it's easier to relate to, I don't know. I don't know. Like this scene can't be written in the TV show like this. They had to rewrite this scene, I think. Or they could keep this scene, and Stella is also in here, and then she comes out and has a conversation about how Rachel is a whore. And this is where you put the Stella scene. But I think that, you know, this is really putting the whole why Kate's even jumping out the building. And that's really important to go in the TV show, the whole Kate drama. Like, it really is. Like, I kind of try to, like, in Max's perspective, she really talks past it. She doesn't want to get involved. But now that she feels like she has the power to get involved, even today, a brand new day, a brand new problem. I think that they should really do the polarizing thing that even this playthrough is doing, where now all of a sudden we're understanding, okay, so Victoria is a lot more devious than we initially gave her credit for. Um, and I feel like I like all that. Like, I feel like that needs to go on the TV show written like this. Just that. Because you need to be. This is all good for just doubting the reality that we're in. It makes the later ending scenes um, better. Because, you know, it just makes it better. My room doesn't get trashed because I didn't piss off. I didn't piss off Nathan or Victoria. Didn't even think about that. That's why I think there needs to be that third alternative. Because it would be kind of fun to see Max's room trashed in the TV show. But maybe skipping over it all is fine too. So we're gonna let the plant die, because things in this game are dark. Maybe the plant doesn't drown. Maybe I watered it the perfect amount, just watering it once. My dad, he's hasn't messaged me since my 18th birthday, which was like a month ago. Max borrowed a book from Kate, brings Max over to Kate. Max borrowed a thing from Warren, brought her close to Warren. I think there might need to be a different reason why Max comes to Kate. I don't know why. I don't have a good reason. Now, when I first played the game, I didn't know, like, that this meant anything. Um, and on the topic of, you know, this topic with Kate, uh, The way the Vortex Club and the bullying and stuff has affected her is really important in the TV show, and I really hope that they do good care to this. And I think that it'll just work out. I don't have too much commentary on it. Uh, okay, so Kate's whole plot, like, does two things, right? Um, Kate is Jefferson's assistant, I think. Or, no. No. She's just in his class with Max, I think. Because it's Stella who's just Jefferson's assistant, or she wants to be. Victoria's just trying to get to him for good grades. Nothing like she's not working with him, or maybe it is Victoria who's the assistant. One of them is the teacher's assistant, I thought. I don't remember right now. Maybe it is Kate. Well, Kate gets drugged, does this stuff. We know that. She doesn't know that. She doesn't know she's a victim. But she knows she's a victim because she's getting bullied, and that's not her fault. But she doesn't know that's what. I don't know. What I'm thinking is like. I think Kate is so well written, actually. Okay, what I have to say about this whole thing is this interaction is going to go so hard in the TV show. Like, it goes so hard in the game, but it has potential to go so much harder in a TV show. And I'm really hyped for that. 100%. Where do we put this? We don't really need to go through her stuff in here because I know the answers to getting her off the building. And it's implied that they're friends, so Max does know some stuff about Kate. Like, they're relatively good friends. Like, they're just, she is the friend character for Max. Um, Max is telling her the truth, and that's important. Like, do I think Max should? I think it's not the proof as much as so she's telling her the truth. Is like no one's gonna believe her because of the footage. Um, there's just no more evidence, and that's the truth. That's the real truth right there. Not, there's no, the narrative, whichever way it's pushed, doesn't erase that part of the truth, and that's the part of the truth that Max needs to say. Um, to Kate, and that's how that decision should go, in my opinion. Whether she had her time rewind powers or not. Okay, moments with Samuel, I think, might be important. If you don't get Samuel in the TV show, you're missing a big part of Life is Strange. I think this interaction is important with Samuel, but we could use Samuel as a catalyst to be able to talk to the teacher chick, that the poster and the surveillance of the school, and maybe just putting those two interactions together, but not right now, but just next time we see them in the show. Incorporating Taylor could be worth it in the show. I actually put her up there in possible worth it side characters to explore. I'll be back. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna think about this. Okay, I'm back, and I thought about this interaction. Um, okay, here's the thing. This is how I think it should go in the TV show too, as well, because I think people kind of miss that interaction a little bit. Max says, like, I caught Nathan wielding a gun yesterday in the bathroom. She tells him to his face. Like, to his face, what had happened. And he immediately tries to get something from her. And I think that's written deliberately. Like, I think that you can write your own truth about Warren and have a positive opinion of him as your own person. But for Max, I feel like Warren is that guy that she feels just wants something from her. Like, I feel like she has incentive to believe that it's just the way he interacts with her. She sees it as it is. Maybe she didn't notice it before, but now that she has her time rewind power, she's paying attention to these details even more than before. Not that she wasn't capable of doing so, just that she is now. This is the character growth she's already coming to from just getting the powers. Um, so yeah. See, once again, this is would be her confirming that this is how he feels. Like, maybe this is one of those times that it's very valuable to rewind in the TV show. Because, yeah, that's immediately what he does, too. Not only does he feel owed for saving Max, even though it was just the right thing to do, and he knows it, he not only wants something from her for it, but he immediately outlashes as soon as he rejects her. Which is fair. Like, it hurts to get rejected. But it's kind of, like, really immature and not quite the vibe that I think, it's just not the vibe. And I think based on the ending of the game, it becomes more obvious that Max doesn't think it's the vibe either. Like, just because David figures that, like, is on to Nathan, yeah, like, then Jefferson just kills Nathan, and then there's nothing really attaching him. And then there goes Max. And Chloe was already gone. So, another person completely um, valid to put in the TV show is obviously the homeless lady. because her being like an older Max, kind of one of the more fun conspiracy theories that I think deserves to be on the top. I think that's another side quest, side plot in this game that because there's quite a few theories. There's a theory like, she's Max when she's older. Obviously, that looks nothing like Max. Like it does, but it doesn't. It kind of reminds me of the character that Max is based off of. Um, in my opinion, from the comic local. Uh, which I mean is kind of, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. They can go whatever direction. It's supposed to be speculative. It's supposed to be a mystery. I feel like it could work its way into the plot if the plot were ever to be extended, but it's never been extended, so whatever. Also, Canadian lady should go in the game too. I mean, in the TV show, for sure. You know, this one. You make my cut for the TV show, ma'am. That's another thing. If you put a song on, then when Chloe says this tune sucks, it directly hits you again. It's another reminder that maybe Chloe isn't likable. Or you can not touch the jukebox and just sit down, and then when she changes it, it doesn't have anything to do with you, making her more likable. So there's a lot of play and give in the TV show when it comes to the choices, uh, the narrative choices, you know? I, for some reason, don't know why she sounds like that. See, I feel like Joyce is really portrayed as that mom who's just trying her best. And I think that's great. And but it becomes misplaced. I mean, it's not misplaced in the game because, like I said, you get to make that choice whether or not. Like, I think it is written that Chloe is just immature. So, therefore, she makes these mistakes because she's young. And that makes her human, and it's very realistic and good. And I like that. But why I have to keep bringing it up is because Joyce is that pivoting point. Um, how she interacts in the scenes matter, and why it matters in the TV show. Because the criticism people tend to have with the Pricefield ship is their criticism of Chloe. Max is also immature though, so I don't feel like she would see all of these faults straight up either. Like, I feel like Max empathizes with Chloe and feels like she has a lot of reason to do what she does. That's good. That's how we should feel in the TV show that Max feels because that's how she feels. But how we feel as the audience looking in, maybe there's just more written there than what's Max has an opinion on. I feel like I shouldn't have pressed her because I don't think in the TV show she should press her because they already talked about it. But it leads to the dialogue option because this is our time to investigate. I feel like all of her answers are good and ambiguous and keeps her in the narrative spot she needs to stay in. And I guess in the TV show, none of this is necessary. So just getting to the question is better than that whole interaction. I just had a choice, but your interactions with Joyce in this game don't have greater consequences. I don't think so, in any way, because her it works both ways. She stays in her lane, you stay in your lane. Despite that, she does a lot of divining within the game. I'm gonna go with a waffle. I always go with the waffle. I think she says now finish your coffee to show that she's like in a motherly role. But we could switch that interpretation. Just saying. There's a lot of choices that the TV show can make. I need coffee because I'm getting tired. But also so that I can be in the ambiance of the diner. Anyways, let's drink some coffee. I do worry that the TV show might try to go too out of its way to make us dislike Chloe, and I hope that it doesn't try. I think it should just take it as a natural idea like the game does. See, I think this is where the tides have turned when it comes to Max and Chloe and where they look. In this episode, Chloe's locked in, focused on the experience with Max. She made up her mind yesterday after the time at the lighthouse. She's warmed up to Max now. But Max, now she's nervous. She's warmed up to Chloe. Her opinion matters. She's a little bit more insecure now. She's ramped down. Now, in these situations, she does seem kind of a little bit aloof. Like she doesn't want to quite make eye contact still. Like she's not all the way there yet. Uh, she doesn't want to mess up, their relationship that they're rebuilding again. So she's a little bit more like looking off to the side. Because like if you look in the cutscenes, obviously they're video game characters and they just randomly look around. But I feel like that's kind of a charm of the game. Like it kind of adds to the artistic vibe. Like right now, she's just looking off into the distance. Why not look at Chloe when saying that? Um, See, now she's looking right at Chloe because she's confident. 7 cigarettes. But Chloe, she kind of looks away after a second. Then looks back. Locked back in. I think this subtle nonverbal language needs to be shown in the TV show. It's not shown in the game in a way that's practical, so I just thought I would point it out uh, as something that I find part of it, I guess. I think most people will that like Brycefield will see what I know what I'm talking about, you know. Nope, said too high. My bad. It's 42 cents. That was my bad. Let me do the puzzle right. Oh, oh my gosh, I didn't mean to click it a third time. Rewind. That's my bad again. Hit the B button too many times. Okay, cigarettes. $0.86, dude. Not 82 cents. I like how that's kind of an error on their part that she says I wish. But then she actually has a little bit more money. Like that's not that doesn't work. Like she wished she had less money because the other option is 25 cents. I never really think about that. Hmm. You have a parking ticket? I like how I don't know is always an option to get rid of an option so that you have less options to option. The car key one is the one that should be started off with if we're including this puzzle because that's the least impressive one. The parking ticket is a little bit nuts. I really hope whoever plays Chloe gets her facial expressions right. I feel like this is obviously a better test than the pocket one for the show, and should be the one that they use over, like as the showing her, start of showing her the powers. Like that's obvious. I think if you don't watch all of them, then you can't predict all of them. Um, Oh my gosh, I have to watch the freaking... I knew it, I rewinded just a little bit too soon. And Chloe's all meta. That is the thing, is Chloe accidentally or coincidentally breaks the meta a couple times in the game. I feel like... I like that version better. Like, what do you mean? You still have one more thing you need to tell me. Like, this is not a good example. I think there's an example later in the game that, she actually does kind of accidentally break the meta. I don't know if I'll be able to make it happen in... I don't know if I'm remembering this right. But yeah, I think so. Um, I think it's because, like, in the nightmare sequence, there's a version of Chloe that kind of breaks the meta. And that's what I'm thinking of right now. Petition for that version of Chloe to be in the TV show as well. Now, I just hate that there's no second Life is Strange because there's so much potential for their dynamic and things to happen and ideas. Because I just really don't think that they understood what weapons they had to play with around here. See, in the TV show, Max can't look that off that much, but sometimes she needs to be looking off and, having some sort of, like, non-verbal chemistry going on in the TV show. What? Yeah, I'm confused. I thought I got everything right. Oh, it's not Joyce that drops the mug. That's so dumb. Why did I say a butterfly? Gosh darn it. Y'all, I suck at this. Okay. Oh my gosh. I just clicked V the whole time. I can't believe I did that. I'm sorry. it would be kind of funny to add a new joke into using this moment to make a new joke in the TV show. Like if they're following the plot pretty linear, like I've been like how we could maybe predict or speculate via this video, for example, the way I'm deducing some of the ideas they could bring into the TV show. Um, they could use this moment in particular to doing their own joke. Okay, so the trucker drops his mug. That's real. Then, I don't think the cop leaves. Uh, his partner leaves. That's what happens. Then Trevor fights, and Joyce stops him. And the final one is the cockroach. Okay, there. I knew all those. I can't believe I just misclicked twice. So much time. That's another thing about. Okay, I'll just let's get the reward of this next segment. So this is another moment that the game uses to try to get you to not like Chloe too much. And I think that back and forth is probably best for creating the effect the way it did because it literally works. And I don't know, I won't really see any reason to change the formula for the TV show. If they can encapsulate the formula that's already here in the game, um, that would be great. But then again, like I think they should do that with a lot of the points in the game. So it's kind of important. This is a gender neutral bathroom, by the way. I don't know if anybody's ever really blatantly pointed that out. Anybody can go in there. That's for everybody. So, what I was going to say is the scene with Chloe being happy for her mom. I think that I'm just reading into kind of like a black and white PR version of. I'm rolling into the critiques a little bit too much in my analysis here, so I'll uh I'll shut up. Also, because what she says is valid. Like what she says right there, valid. Um, Let's see. I think in the TV show, hear me out, Max doesn't answer the phone. Now you might say, Leighton, why doesn't Max answer the phone? This seems weird. I don't think that Max thinks that Max kind of comes from a place of innocence right now. I don't think she's taking this whole thing as seriously. And the audience, the watchers, the new watchers, shouldn't take it as seriously. I think it's a point to make a mistake here. And I don't think that dialogue happens in the TV show. I think it's a no-brainer that Max just doesn't take the call. Not that Kate doesn't call, and that Max doesn't think about it like maybe on the car ride, but not right. That conversation doesn't happen. Just maybe her ignoring Kate is a point. Like, she hears the call. It's like, oh, you're getting a call. And then she's like, ah, it's fine. And she just hangs up just like that. And that's it. Because, yeah, Max is coming from that place of innocence. And also, I think based on my last interaction with Kate as well, like, it just seems like it makes sense to me. I don't know. I thought I had a reason, but I just can't spit it out, so I just give up. Like, Layden, doesn't all this stuff that Chloe does obviously radiate immature and radiate a big part of why she feels the way she does about the people she feels about is pushed by this immaturity. That the reason why, Rachel wasn't getting what she needed from Chloe wasn't just because it was that immaturity. Like, clearly that's like the theme for Chloe. But I feel like at the same time, mm, I'll think about it for a second. Like, obviously, the show is not going to spend any time convincing us that Chloe is mature. That's not my point. My point is that I feel like Chloe might be interpreted more valid in the way that she reacts to things if there was more of a push. Um, I don't know. I just feel like I don't want to talk about it that much anymore. Because I don't feel like feel like it is still like a political talking point, and that's why I keep wanting to linger on it, because it does like if I was writing the TV show, I know where I would want to go. But I think that I need to just take the stranglehold off the topic, um, because my stranglehold on the topic, because I am very politically driven. Like I really like politics, and I feel like if I actually get into the entire how I would prefer it to be written in the TV show, um, it'll become too politically driven. It'll Jesus, dramatic downstairs. Um, yeah, it'll be too politically driven. So if I just let it be as it is written in the game, she's immature. She's driven by immaturity. If they want to change it in the TV show, they can. But there's no point. We don't. Not everything needs to be about our current political climate. They can just live in a fantasy. Is what I'm saying. A realistic fantasy. Um, just more of an American fantasy for sure. Maybe that's where I'm at with it. Maybe the perspective I'm trying to offer is also just like the outcome I want is more practical, more progressive in the way that I think Life is Strange strives to be progressive. If I start talking about it too much, I'm going to be making a statement outside the game that the game isn't trying to make, so I'm not going to make it. Do I think that based on this current political climate that we're in, should the TV show maybe adapt to show maybe even more broad things so that we can get even more education and more out of the show than you did out of the game? That's where I would take it, yes. But yeah, I don't know. If you get what I'm stepping in, you get what I'm stepping in. Let's talk about something more entertaining now, because I think I pretty much scratched every itch that could be scratched. This junkyard is amazing. It needs to be in the TV show like a lot. Uh, I need to feel every moment in this junkyard. I need to feel every moment just like the first time. And I think the TV show would benefit from kind of encapsulating multiple player experiences, especially in the junkyard. Like, if the show could show off encapsulating multiple experiences the game gave us, um, here would be one of the places I feel like the fans would appreciate the most. And people watching might not appreciate it as much, but I think that would actually give them a more genuine experience of how the people who played the game experienced the game, because some of my friends spent hours in this junkyard looking for these bottles. And I think that, as a watcher and as a player, you know, we really want to know what happens next. We really want to experience more of the story, more of everything that Life is Strange is, and this is kind of like a slowdown, and it makes it worse. Like, it makes this puzzle Like every time I go back and play this game, I love this puzzle. I love enjoying the puzzle. I love. But I'm talking about the first time you experience it. I think this would be a good place to bring watchers that didn't play the game the same experience that the game brought the players. And you could do that in this instance, and I think they should utilize that for sure, 100%. Um, that's my takeaway. I'd like to see that in a TV show. So yeah, spending a lot of time. Yeah, plus flashbacks. That shed is prime time for flashbacks. Also, because this is written to be a game, I'm thinking like I'd love the obviously Max isn't gonna walk around the junkyard the same way in the TV show alone. Yada yada yada. That doesn't make sense to me. At the same time, it adds to Chloe for her to push away from Max and give her some alone time here and there, even if she doesn't appear to be doing anything. Like Chloe just wants space. Because she's not used to all of this attention because she's been alone since Rachel's been gone. Since what? Whenever she disappeared, you know? It's been a while since she's been gone. It's nice to just kind of have some space for Max. Maybe that's kind of what this shows. Because I was like, they could make Chloe go around the junkyard with Max, or, you know, like reminisce in the shed, or smoke a bowl in the shed, or something. I don't know. But then I'm like, nah, Chloe needs a little decompressing space from Max. So there is a reason for her to be like, hey, you should go do this task. Also, it might be, perhaps a way that Chloe. Acts of service is a thing. I don't know. Doing stuff for Chloe is kind of lit, so I don't know. There's that. I don't know. The TV show has options. I'm kind of getting exhausted from all this introspection. There's just so much to this game in these details here. We have to shoot the barrel in the show. I think the problem with the barrel, or not the barrel, it's the car that she shoots where she shoots herself. It's the rim. I think we, the viewer, take this as funny, and that if we were, even in the TV show, we would just take it as funny. We wouldn't take it as serious, but it is kind of a hint to foreshadowing of how gruesome this game could um, go. You know, how much darker it could be. But that's just an iconic moment. If they're gonna remake the game, they're gonna have to put that moment in there, I think, somehow. And this is important. You gotta really note that Chloe used Max's blood to draw that picture. I just think the TV show is gonna find it hard to make enough content out of this. Like I said that I'd like to see. This is where you have to have the flashbacks. This is where you have to have the anime, anything you missed up until this point in detail, or you're gonna miss in the future in detail. This is where you start filling it in. This is where you put it all in, or this is how I would do it if I were gonna make the. Because it doesn't have to be completely linear, the story. If I'm not gonna follow Life is Strange exactly to a T, or even if I am, I just feel like this is the spot because it's just like the perfect amount of content right here. Because another thing is, with Chloe shooting this gun, you know, as someone who's played the game, you're having a different experience than when you first played the game. This scene is also for replayability. I think the show should capture that the length of time that you spend here. Maybe they could capture that same replayability. I don't know. I feel like it's more apparent when you see it all sketched out from where it's. This is like one of those really key points to lock in. Cause see, now we know why this mattered completely. Like we heard about it before, but now we know. I think it's really obvious where the dialogue should be tweaked here. It would be wild if Max tried to shoot Frank at this point. Just trying to think. Um, I don't know. I might go back. Hmm. I like that. This is a good turning point for Max. And now the answers become obvious. Okay, so this is what I think. In the TV show, this is how it should go. Exactly like this. And when Max is reminiscing about the gun after this, like, Chloe lays off of her. She doesn't feel any pressure from her, really, because Chloe does a pretty good job laying down low. She does that polarizing thing that Chloe does because she's not on our side until episode 3. We're not committed and in love with Chloe until episode 3. So right now she's still doing that push pull thing that will have that criticism on her that we weren't lingering on anymore. Or I mean, sorry, we disconnected those two ideas quite a while ago. But what I'm saying is that Max not only needs to think like she just has a moment here, I think, that's not really displayed well in the game. That if you've already replayed the game, maybe you'll have a different opinion. Or maybe it's your third or fourth time playing the game. And, like, this is one of the first choices in the game where multiple playthroughs of the game could differentiate your choices and give you completely different outcomes. It's like one of the more, in my opinion, funner parts are all with Frank when it comes to the choices. Like, you get the most push and pull from Frank when it comes to random choices throughout this game. So I think that in the TV show, of course, this is the turning point for Max, so we can get some more drama and get a bigger, more wholesome, fulfilling picture of the game um, from the TV show. And that's by her rewinding and getting that gun because she is afraid of Nathan. Because in our playthrough, we didn't piss Nathan off, but that doesn't mean he didn't still confront us in the parking lot. That doesn't mean that Victoria isn't bullying Kate. That doesn't mean that David isn't surveilling. You know? This stuff is really weighing on her. This, you know, we can try to pretend to forget. We can try to pretend to forget about. Plus, she gets to say that. We should jet before. You know? She gets to say that when we do this. And, yeah. Now you might think, Layton, why doesn't she just rewind again in the TV show? What's stopping her from doing it a third time? Because I think this confirms Max's ideas. So she sticks with this option. And also, she's fucking tired from rewinding so much today. So this is just what she ends up with. You think she can rewind a third time? Yeah, in the game she can. Like we now we can rewind again and choose the other path because we changed our mind again. But I think in the TV show, she doesn't do it anymore. Like yeah, she has that thought in the game, but I think it needs to be erased. The, I think that she thinks that as well also influences her decision that the shooting is. I just feel like Max has a lot of personal reason during this whole setup to do this outcome and stick with it. So in the TV show, I think that's the one she should go with. Plus, I think it comes out more dramatic for Frank's whole story than this way. Also, the game makes Max forget that Chloe owes Frank money, and when Frank pulls that knife out on them when she after she shoots him or before or whatever, uh, I don't know why she just like suddenly forgets that he's the threat either way. I mean, he's there threatening them either way. Whether yeah, he is more hostile, but he's a threat either way. Her having the gun is more important than not having the gun. It's just not written right there. It's just making Max seem like she's not like the blood really is going to her head in the game. I think they can correct that in a TV show. And it's just the illusion of choice for the game. I think maybe it's just for the game, but it's silly. Um, Frank, I'm freaked out. Frank, I'm freaked out. I'm freaked out. See, this is where the brain damage should start. Like where she starts making bad decisions and stuff like that. But that is a good point to argue. Like, should this next segment be the part where her brain flips and then she can do bad stuff now? Like, she's not as innocent anymore after Chloe almost gets hit by this train? No, I think that the part with Frank, it just lines up too much with her character. It's already kind of like set in stone. I think this just. I think she was already traumatized by seeing Chloe get shot in the bathroom. That the next event just kind of. With the gun, like. Now this. It just makes this more traumatizing, her being stuck. More panic inducing, not traumatizing. That's what this is supposed to be, panic inducing. And in the gameplay, does a good job with that. Like, I don't get anxiety from it because I've seen Chloe get hit by this train so many times. But, like, it's meant to be panic inducing. I don't want to get splinters on us or anything, so. Uh, I'm gonna try to go for the best outcome with this. I think I remember how to do this puzzle. There's a way to do it actually relatively fast. There's a. Oh, there it is right there. I think there's a different thing you can grab besides this, I thought. It took me a really long time to figure out how to do it the other way. Because there's the way where you knock down the stuff over here. Then there's this way that we're doing it here. But there's actually another way. Whatever. I just wanted to look around. Oh, it's this axe here. You can grab the axe, too. I'm trying to think what the axe is good for. Fuck it, we'll just take it. Who knows, we'll just take it. Now it's like we were never in there. So yeah, I think that pushing that is like the worst option. I like that I'm just walking. That'd be funny in the TV show. Obviously, she wouldn't be walking. She wouldn't be walking in the show, but it's yeah. You can just use the axe. uh, I don't know what you can do with the axe. People were wondering how she got stuck in the train, but it's like where the train shifts. So her belt buckle got caught in the where the train shifts. See, I think this is where we start to like Chloe. Uh, she rewards us for saving her. I love this scene. This is a vibe right here. I think it's Evan who says something in like one of the first scenes that actually helps as well. I think that too is like, okay, I know I'm digging this back up again, but in this week, Chloe does kind of grow past her maturity by being given the opportunity to correct some of the mistakes she's made by being able to look at it again or see it in a new perspective. Like Max has opened up kind of a new door of opportunity for Chloe in the sense that she's changing her whole world. In that she's just giving her a light, a hope, um, something new, something different cadence. So, yeah. Right, because I talked to it with Joyce. I didn't think about that. If you doesn't matter if David is on to you. Okay, hear me out. You can walk down this hallway to right here, and you can rewind, and you'd never talk to him. In the TV show, do I think they should talk? Hmm, sorta, because I feel like Max deserves his insight. I feel like if I were Max, this is kind of me projecting. Not because I think Max would do this, but if I were Max and I'm invested in Chloe, because it would be kind of cute for Max to be invested in Chloe, so she talks to David. Like if we're doing the truly Max likes Chloe run, that's a good move. Um, it's also just a good way to kind of turn David around, but it doesn't necessarily work good. Like it's not a very good writing. It's not good writing in the if you're looking at it linearly from how the story has gone so far. I think it's just not good writing. It makes more sense to not want to interact with David, not want to give him attention or time. Just yet. Just in this episode. Just not yet. You treat Kate bad. You bad treat Kate. I feel like this conversation, like even though it's nuancedly different than the one I just had a minute ago, is a better dialogue set. And it gives it kind of a preview to Fierce Max. Like it's a preview to it's a preview to Sassy Max, and I like it. And I think that conversation should be because it does kind of go, okay, maybe he is just trying to help. A little bit of foreshadowing, not to. It's written really well, I think, is what I'm saying. And yeah, I just don't have any issues, um, any critiques or anything. I think that would be good in the TV show. And same with this. They really need to. I think that obviously Max isn't in this scene, and they need to just make a separate scene where it's, Kate and Jefferson talking. Max likes Jefferson in the TV show so far. So because of that, This is the choices that we have to. And this makes her start to distrust him. This whole interaction here. Uh, See, this really messes with Max's head. Because I think the TV show, before any political statement and any other opinion, really needs to consider Max as a front runner. And I feel like this is just an opinion that she would have, that the things that Jefferson has said right now are a big red flag. um, what did he just say? I'm just. This is all good. Let's keep this in the TV show. No. Like, there is a version of this where you can really be a big fan of Jefferson and continue to play into that fault that we wrote earlier into Max. But I feel like the way when she walks up on that situation, the way she really connects with Kate first, um, and because of her experiences, in the last couple days too, and just having Madsen just remind her, in a way, Madsen was a good reminder of to have that. The interaction should just go like that in the TV show, I think. Okay, let's spend some time with Warren because he's a fan favorite. Um, he needs some time. You've broken the laws of physics there. Um, okay, so to solve this, you gotta do the puzzle. Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't really want to keep that conversation going because I'm going to erase it when I grab this chlorine to be able to redo the experiment with Warren. This would be a good interaction in the TV show because it'll show that Max does have stuff to give to Warren. Just maybe not the way he wants it. And people would love it if that line stayed in as well, I'm sure. Here we go, Stella. Good time to... Okay, this is like a heart. Like this right here, when you go around this corner. You look like ass. This is like heart dropping right here. You gotta capture that in the TV show. We'll ignore Alyssa this time. Ignore Taylor. TV show playthrough. I think Max being sus of David is valid. Excuse me. No smartphones in class. Gets the phone back out. Oh, sorry. Immediately starts drawing. How high schooler coded. All of this is perfect. It's the lighting in here. It's so poetic. I think Jefferson saying what he said is a good redemption for him as the viewer. And kind of wards us, the viewer, off of him. But Max's perspective of him, I don't think changes after that interaction. I think Max is pretty aware that people have a presentation of who they are versus how they interact with you individually and treat you individually. Kind of like people have two different faces. You want them to be similar, but they aren't always. But obviously that has to do with self interpretation, and we're going with a more offense offend defensive vibe than an offensive vibe or whatever or something. I feel like there's some strange interpretation. I feel like this is just destiny that this happens. But in a different interpretation, it could be that she exercised her power so much that birds being in the way is fire. By the way, gas that should be added into the TV show. No, sorry. Like it just seems like a more interesting interpretation to maybe say that she's exercised her power and now she can pause time. That she gets more powerful throughout the episodes. That should be, I feel like, the canon interpretation in the TV show. Like, it exhausts her a lot to do this. But the game kind of makes it seem like she's too tired to keep rewinding. But I feel like, really, she just doesn't need to rewind. She needs to pause. So then she evolves and does that. Because she's exercised her powers so much yesterday. Or earlier today. Quick break, and now she's able to do that. But now she's, like, pretty much exhausted her power, yeah. Maybe that is how it's written, and I'm just telling you. My bad. Max stepping forward every time is really important. Kind of a detail you can miss if you've only played this once or twice. I thought it was Warren. I'm gonna tell the truth, I was with Chloe. See, step back. These things are good details for the TV show. Okay, apparently in the TV show she jumps. She dies. That's how it goes. This is why I wanted to play the this is why I wanted to play the game to know. I think that she should live in the show. But these are the decisions Max makes. But I guess it's up to the writers of the show. But in this playthrough she dies. It'd be also interesting if they thought Max pushed her. That would throw a monkey wrench and like re-solidify people kind of being against Max. Excuse me. Max is like actually like this is crazy. Poor Max. This is when she comes out. I feel like blaming Jefferson is like the goated veteran answer here, but just because fuck Jefferson. But like, as for the TV show, this is obviously the right way to go. This is the answer I feel like is the primary one for just the way the story's been going. It's the most Max in the scenario. Okay, I don't think she can use her power yet. I feel like that's way too soon. And that's just for the game. And I think that this conversation doesn't work entirely. Something's wrong here. Like, they didn't have the full conversation. And in the TV show, they're gonna need to have the full recap conversation and not skip around as much as this one did. And actually explain, like, to Wells, like, for the viewer, to Wells, like, she was depressed. Because Max didn't even answer the question. She just blamed Nathan. I guess because they're kids, it works, but I don't know. It's just a lot more serious than this game takes it to. Like, that's it. Like, why were you on the roof there, Max? like, I feel like in the TV show, maybe someone could step up and be like, yeah, this is true. It could be more dramatic. Warden comforting her is cool and works good for the game because of how the actual game is. And I think for the TV show, this would be good because it's like a good connecting moment for Max and Warren. But I almost feel like I think that she's just having this epiphany now because of Urshiak and really starting to take everything seriously because this event has really put all of these, like, this makes it clear, you know? Like, this this makes sense for what Max is saying, but I don't know if Warren is the right person to be telling it to. Warren's like comforting Max. That's good. I think that's, yeah. I feel like in the TV show, let's have her run to Chloe though. Why? Maybe Chloe would feel like she was overstepping being there for Max. But it would be kind of cool if Chloe acknowledged like that she might have, or if Chloe was the one to feel like she influenced Max to not pick up the phone. That this would be like the definite turning point in the show where we start to like Chloe. Because if we're gonna have to pick an answer for the show, I think that that would be a better choice than whatever that was. Like, it's a good choice if you're a stan of Warren to keep that in the game. But the TV show that we're creating so far, I don't feel like it's, for this version of the TV show I've created so far, I don't feel like that should be in the show. Like, it could be utilized in, like, maybe a scene between them, or there's so much other creative things you could do there than just have them. Like, the little bit of the eclipse going on, I think is important, but I just feel like there's room to start playing around with nuance in the show right here as well. Um, and Kate, like playing around with Kate too. Like, what did we do for Kate in the show different than the game? And wrapping that whole thing up. See, I like this. Like, she just texts her, like, oh, I'm sorry about what happened to Kate. Let's find out together. I feel like Max should be here with Chloe. I feel like that would be way more symbolic than. I just feel like this would push them closer together. I mean, I just feel like Warren is there. But, like, Max doesn't even want to be at the school after this event. Like, this, she wouldn't even want to be at the school. That's why I think she'd be closer to Chloe, too. Like, what Warren says can be said by Chloe. It doesn't have to be said by Warren. Or it can be, yeah, I just, yeah, I just think that's how it should go for the show. Okay, I think that I do. Let me see what time it is in real life here. 1 in the morning. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. Because I got to episode 3. And I'll do 3, 4, tomorrow. 3, 4, and 5 tomorrow. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, because the TV show we're crafting so far is really, really good. And this is where it really picks up. And I feel like a lot of the talking points that need to matter when establishing which choices we're going to go for have now all been really talked about. And the more the story goes on, the more all the decisions I've made will really click into place. Because I've played this game so many times and I've seen so many details that I kind of know. I know the game. Alright? It's just how it is. It's just how it is. I love the lighting in this right now. Like, this is so good. Like, in the remastered version right now, like, this lighting on this scene is great. Like, some of it's different from the original, for sure. It's its own thing. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I had fun. I love Life is Strange. And I hope my endless insight, my endless rambling opinions were um, worth your time. And thank you for watching. I already said thank you for watching, but thank you for watching. Yeah. And I'll see you all tomorrow.